Alright, now we have dragged Minecraft kicking and screaming into the functionality. Took almost a full half hour from the time I clicked on the Minecraft launcher to actually having a window up. But here we are. Minecraft 1.19.2 with Tinker's Construct, Crossroads, and a brand new set of slime steel pretty much everything. It just has to get to a point where it's functional. We can speed some of this along. The sky slime here has, well, it counts as slime, so that's its primary use. You can even get blocks out of it. And leaves. It's just a stand-in for slime balls. If I had blazing blood, I could make magma cream out of it. But blazing blood comes from the nether, as one might expect. We can also freely cast more slime balls out of our liquid sky slime. So I'm not really concerned about using some of this. What we're going to do is that's not how this works. There we go. We just apply the sky slime directly to the tool, and that fills up the overslime bar. I'll leave the sword alone for now, because we still have this one to work on, and surely that one will finish healing up to its max overslime value. I still wanted to make a staff, but that requires more iron. And what is moving around out there? Whatever it is, it's keeping me from turning it day. You, get off my property. You think you're clever. I saw you up there. And you're taking out my stairs anyway. There's just no way to stop the creepers from blowing up my everything. You know, my plan today was to get things going a little early, actually install the mods that I've been forgetting all this time. That did not happen. Hello! Yeah, it took a long time for Minecraft to actually decide it was going to come in and go to work today. I was just sitting there with a Minecraft launcher doing absolutely nothing for upwards of half an hour. But we're here now. We're here now and there are spiders in my trees. and phantoms. I would have slept, but there's somebody around the back here walking, and it's a creeper. Because of course it's a creeper. That creeper chilling out just above my above my smeltery on that dark ledge is the reason we can't sleep right now. There's just noisy nonsense footsteps. Oh, okay. Burn the skeleton. And I'm gonna go find this creeper. Where are you, you rude beast? There. And of course it goes off. Is there no distance from a creeper that I can stand where it will decide, you know what, I won't explode today? Alright, let's get some of this seared stone. Some of these good old seared bricks. Yeah, slime steel is a vibrant blue. Lets you have a kind of mithril fantasy almost. And by mithril in this case, I mean RuneScape mithril, which was very blue. I'm going to fix my ceiling and eliminate this as a place where monsters can fit. Our last block of seared stone. Well, I could melt some more clay in here and produce more. Might have to, because these 4 bricks are not going to cut it. But it establishes what I'm trying to do. Good old statement of intent. Some of my favorite words in Minecraft. Just another way to say a reminder to myself. Get some clay in there. Prepare to make more seared stone. Yeah, just a note for me and myself. Free arrows. Don't mind if I do. But the time is nigh. We have much more digging to do. And part of it should really be making this part of the walk easier. Just making a path that leads to my little mine area back here. I've got stairs for it. Why haven't I done anything else? It's like a desire path where I apparently have no desire to make a path. Alright, back into the deep, where there are a ton of red dots in this direction. I don't even want to know what's going on over there. It's like they have a house party and didn't invite me. Can't reach the tin. Just out of pick range. There we go. Tin is real important stuff, but not nearly as important as iron right now, which is just always the demand. Nothing in there. This also has the distinction of being more lava. I could come around with buckets and tanks and grab that lava at some point. Haha, iron. How long were we looking for a geode yesterday? Well, should have just come over here, I guess. It didn't show up on the minimap, though. Oh, hi guys. You know what? You guys mill around over there. I'm gonna go back up. Because there's something I forgot to do. I will take all 2 of my iron and be happy about it. That one placed upside down. That's the problem. There. Now we can move about a bit more easily. What I'm forgetting here is that I meant to apply the fortune trait to my pickaxe so we can multiply our iron intake. It's over here in upgrades. Should be on something called harvest. No, it's not there. Where is it? Is it not an upgrade? Is it an ability? It's an ability. We want lucky. So a cornflower, or any blue flower apparently, 2 copper and 2 lapis blocks. This used to be done just by putting piles and piles of lapis on the tool. You just feed hundreds of lapis into the tool to acquire the lucky effect. Not in no particular order. There's lucky level 1. To get to lucky level 2 requires 1 more ender pearl than I have. But this is still nice. I effectively have fortune 1. Oh, I don't need these seared stone kits. Those can just get melted. What does seared cobble do? It makes slabs and smeltery parts. A modifier work table, which I may want to actually make. And that looks like about it. Unless I want to smelt it to make it smooth stone, which I really don't. Sword is now fully regenerated. You can even switch over. My iron sword can get melted down, and there's nothing in here that will interfere with that. I wish I could just automatically bleed out all of the seared stone without also bleeding out anything else. Just the seared stone. But if I set up a lever and hopper on one of these, then it would just keep going and going and going until it also pulled out something that it couldn't make a full block of. 3 nuggets of iron were left in that sword. That's a funny thought. I'm having thoughts. Oh, I don't have the iron for another tank. And these, I mean, that's a lot more than... There we go. It's 22 buckets. 22 and a quarter buckets worth of seared stone. And these tanks can hold 4 buckets. What I was thinking of was getting the seared stone into a tank. And then running off that tank with a lever and hopper. Not that I have the iron to make another hopper anyway. There. We are now bigger. And the trader is up there. I can see the invisibility particles. Buddy, you are lost. Do I need to make a ladder to go up and see him? Seared ladder. Made of bricks and blocks, and that's not even a savings. But that's fine. Why won't that work? Because cobble is not a valid block. Wait, no. Because base seared is not a valid block for this. It has to be bricks or anything other than cobble or basic seared. Well, now it's brick. Now you will work. Oop, I have broken down the wall enough that the smelt well, no, the smeltery still functions, because that is not actually part of the smeltery. Now we have a happy ladder block. Which is also technically a vulnerability. Because now mobs can fall and end up here and just walk into my house from the back. It's a little service access way. Let me get a door, or a trap door, or anything really. Birch, not the greatest, but it's what I have readily available. And it works. It's ugly, but it works. You! What are you doing way up here? Selling buckets of pufferfish, apparently. Okay, you know what? Get off the hill. Shoo. Take your beast with you. And get in there. Bye. You too. Molten Emerald and Potion of Swiftness? Melting Llamas gets you Potion of Swiftness. But the Molten Emerald came from the trader, so that was expected. The potion, though, that's a new one on me. also some things we can do with our backpack, perhaps. Item filtering, just have a furnace in the backpack. That's always nice. A smoker, a blast furnace, but that requires a blast furnace, so pretty much never mind. Still need the iron for that. A stone cutter in a backpack tab. That would be incredible. But this is the one that I'm thinking of. Why do they all cost 2 iron, though? Make that 6 iron. So we will not be making any backpack upgrades right away. Darn creeper holes everywhere. And now we have a marginally easier walk. There. Mildly improved convenience. After all that nonsense, finally, we can get down to business and get looking for that iron. I don't understand why I'm still walking. I'm not pressing any keys. What is going on? Now I'm going backwards. What? Stop being drunk, strange Minecraft man. Aha! Exactly what I was looking for. And a skeleton. And a couple of those were doubled by the new luck enhancement. So it's already paying off. Are you stuck? Yeah, he's a little stuck. How many are there? Every time I kill one, another one takes its place. The zombie problem down here needs an exterminator. There's just too many of the blinkers. Guess I've suddenly become British. I may actually need to make a shield if the creeper problem keeps being this bad. Another aversion, another irrational aversion that I'll just have to get over. That. Did that arrow just gently bounce off my forehead? They're gonna get me on attrition here. I can't eat and heal faster than they're coming to get me. Oh. Another... Or is this the one I've already been to? I think this is the geo that I came around to from the back and said, why haven't I found this one yet? The iron is coming along well. Pretty fruitful expedition so far. Also getting a lot more gold than I was counting on. Surely that's not a problem of some kind. And there's another geode. Just kind of sticking its nose into out from the wall here. Missed my swing. But the creeper's gone all the same. That's not a good noise. Oh. That's good and bad. So we found a mine shaft, but that huge concentration of cobwebs over there means that is a cave spider spawner. Which is something I would rather put off addressing for as long as possible. Or maybe come at from an angle with the spiders. Never mind. Here they come. Now, as useful as Spiderizer string may be, cave spiders are not the optimal source of that. So I did grab some cobwebs. Do they do anything? They make silky cloth when rose gold is poured on them. And that's the only way to silky cloth. And it takes 5 silky cloth to make silk touch, and 2 to make a trick quiver, whatever that means. So apparently I do want these cobwebs. Is a half stack of cobweb enough? It certainly had better be. We'll grab more string, because there's always a need of string. And this doesn't even connect. It's just this weird orphaned platform that had spiders on it. Well, we've collected a decent amount of iron. We can collect more copper. Which, I swear, having stupid amounts of copper will actually be useful in due time. So many noises. But nothing at any angle that can drop on us. They're all down there. Alright, I'm going to take my bounty of iron and scoot. While searching and caving is certainly a good way to collect resources, it's very dangerous, because all these vast open spaces that I can explore spawn beasts and creatures and dangerous things. Strip mining, while more tedious, is simply safer. Yeah, look at all that. Do I want to deal with any of that? That's like 4 skeletons, with 1 with an enchanted bow, 3 spiders, a creeper, at least 1 zombie. I don't know how clear any of that is over there in the darkness, but they can stay over there in the darkness. I'm going home. Especially that guy with the enchanted bow. I have to go around the column. There we go. This is the way. This also gives my sword a rest. I chewed through most of its overslime. But I hit none of its actual durability, so it's fine. Now we have a nice and easy stroll home. I can make it easier if I rip this out. Perfect. Let's even put the broad tools up there, because I shouldn't need those regularly. But they're present if they are required. Now there's a goodly amount of iron. Which we can put in here for a 30% bonus. And that's what I'll have to do with a great deal of it. But eventually, we're going to start getting into being able to double it correctly. It's just that Crossroads requires more iron than I was expecting. So I need a hopper minimum, or item pipes. Preferably some kind of item pipes, because they can be upgraded to go faster than hoppers. There's all my iron. 2 blocks worth. Take the rest. I don't have the luxury of being stingy and waiting on the ability to be better. This small blade I can just recycle. Is there anything in here that conflicts with copper? No, I don't think so. But I do have 2 shards, basically 2 emerald nuggets, sitting in here, which I can't do anything with. They're just taking up space. Until I guess I melt more traders. Nether bricks. Oh yeah, this too. 8 ingots, 3 nuggets. What an annoying number. Also, these spouts should be red for the iron, not showing the black of seared stone in there. Actually, you know what? It'd be easier if I took out the 3 nuggets first. Now I have an even number of ingots left. I can run off into this basin and use the overflow nozzle to pull them out. I don't know when Tinker's Construct decided that an ingot was suddenly 90 millibuckets. For the longest time it was 144. I just don't know what happened to their their measurement system. Okay, 2 crystals, a rose gold, and 2 skyroot logs. Two crystals. So here we are. We have a stick with a giant crystal that takes up the whole right side of the screen where the minimap is. It has 375 durability and a bunch of stats, but does nothing. It's got like projectile power for some reason, draw speed, but no actual function. Is it supposed to consume slime balls or crystals or something? I don't know. We have a staff. Staff abilities can be configured in the modifier work table, so I still need one of those. And it just has stats. It's not at all clear what it does. Probably nothing, because I haven't given it anything. But I have a funny staff now that does... That's weird. 2 coal should have cooked 16 sky slime. But I guess this takes an unusual amount. I guess it just takes more fuel than you expect per process. Also, I'm running quite low on coal. Anyway, what can I do with the staff? Bonking. You can smack mobs with it. Bucketing. Increase the bucketing comes with a 1 bucket tank. Could be useful. Unfortunately, 2 ender pearls, which I don't have. Glowing. I have to go to the nether to do glowing. I mean, flinging could be a thing, but I need green slime, which I don't have. I could give it a tank and the spitting property, and just throw lava bullets. That'd be interesting. Blocking. Unfortunately, cobalt. I don't see anything that I can do with this staff yet. I just don't have the materials. I had a thought, but I don't have the means to make it happen. Anyway, back to our other process. This is going to need an item pipe. If I can get away with a non-crossroads fluid pipe, I'll do that too, because bronze is very irritating. Redstone, copper, glass, iron bars. And where am I going to put it? I guess the main plan is to embed it in this wall. That's usually what I do with these machines. The main challenge of Crossroads is just holding in your mind where everything needs to go. Do you build the infrastructure first and then what it's going to feed? Do you place the machine first and then expand the machinery off of that? Just where is everything going to fit? And I'm ultimately going to need like 3 crucibles and 3 cooling chambers because I need to have enough surplus heat produced in one system to run the other. Releases at 40 C per tick. Consumes 20 C per tick at minimum heat, 40 C per tick when above. So, the good news is, if I have 2 of these, they kind of balance. The fact that the industrial crucible can use more heat if it's given more heat and it uses it faster at higher levels is actually a very good thing, because it means the system won't overheat and melt. But I'm going to need 3 of each of these to make this work. And a pipe wrench would be nice too. So I can't configure my pipes without a pipe wrench. Inventory very swiftly filling. And we want a smelter, which doesn't use all that much heat at all. So I need 2 more. I need windows to give it a rest. Crucible. Cauldrons. And ceramics. Cooling. Even more iron. Oh look, I'm out of iron, and I haven't even begun. See, cable connection on the top. So the top of the fluid cooling chamber is where it releases its heat. I don't think that'll work. So we have our functional cooling chamber here. Smelter. Heat cables connect to the top. So the basic idea starts here. We get heat out of the cooling chamber and use it in the smelter as a way to not only reduce the heat in the system, but also get something out of that heat reduction. The Rube Goldberging begins. The point of this cooling chamber is that we insert things into it. Heat cables and pipes can connect to any side other than the top. So I have this one connected there for heat. And I need a fluid pipe. Any side other than the top, double oars, heat cables and pipes, any side other than the top. Gotcha. So we swap these over to fluid pipes and link them there. And now I'll need upgrades to actually extract. Low fluid extraction. Needs a blank. Needs nether quartz. Ooh, I forgot that a lot. Apparently I should have concerned myself more with actually burning bronze to make fluid pipes, to make the system work with itself. Over here in the fluid system, fluid tube needs a wrench. This wrench, made with more iron. I am once again asking for more iron. I should have put that over here. Because a slight problem the smeltery has in current versions that it did not have originally is that its lava fuel heat efficiency depends on its size. In older versions, it would consume lava to heat every inventory slot that was in use. Now, the speed at which it consumes heat is based on every inventory slot, whether it's full or not. So it's an efficient use of lava and power to completely fill this thing. But if you're only melting a couple things at a time, like I have been repeatedly, it's better to use this smaller setup. Okay, we have wrench. The pretty pipes stuff can just be put away. Can't use that until post nether. Fluid tube is just made of bronze, but you get 10 of them at a stroke, so that's not bad. Could be worse. It's still bad. Now the fluid tubes are fascinating because they all automatically have drainage and pull and whatnot. And all you do is manage the tiny arrows on the side of them. And you have to make sure that they are all going in the correct direction, like this one isn't. So what I have right now is a non-functional system where ideally I can melt things into fluid. The fluid transfers into the cooling chamber. This consumes heat, this produces heat, this also consumes heat. So I need to be able to get this up to temperature. And once that happens, we have kind of a closed loop here, where I can also smelt things besides. But there are currently a great many problems with this system. And the biggest one is that it doesn't run. Can't and won't run currently because I don't have any input heat to get this going. For that, I'll need another cooling chamber, which I don't have the iron for. Once again, comes back to an iron shortage. Eventually I will get this off the ground. It's just refusing to do so in a simple or timely or convenient manner. Crystal cooling coil conduit. Well, I understand none of that. Let's ignore it. Still need iron. And don't have anything I can easily recycle for iron. So I guess that means back into the mines. I actually have just enough iron left to make a bigger lava tank. I'll just carry this one around. There is plenty of lava that I can put in this tank? Whoop, missed me. Oh. And there's another guy. That reminds me. I was thinking about shields. Fortunately, fussing about shields shouldn't require any iron. Not that. Is it considered armor? Is it considered a tool? Where is it? Traveler's plate shield and traveler's shield. That's what I was confused about. Plate shield, high defensive power at the cost of speed while blocking. Compared to traveler's shield, lightweight shield, limited potential, quick movement. I don't know what 80% block speed means compared to 20% block speed. Does it take longer to raise the shield? I think I'm going to have to make the plate shield. Made from a shield core. Can I do this with my friend Slimewood to have a regenerating shield? Well, it makes a valid shield core. And then I could do slime steel plating, presumably. Because I have so much slime steel just kicking around. And that's apparently a 720 durability shield with overslime. Sounds good to me. So we'll start off with our Skyroot, make the shield core. Unfortunately, I need to make a shield cast. No, we're melting all the gold. So I melt only small amounts of gold, then I have the efficiency problem I described earlier. And to get a shield cast, I'm gonna need some kind of crappy shield plate, which cannot be made out of cobble. This is the same problem I had trying to make the first cast of, I've already forgotten what, something else. Round plate. Mail was the thing I had trouble with. How do you, oh, you just pour the stuff onto the shield core. That's so much easier than what I'm trying to do. There you go, there's your shield core. Let me have my slime steel. How much does it take? 3 ingots worth. Well, I have 4 in here. Bam. Slime shield. And it has durability, and will begin regenerating over slime. All is well with the shield. Why is there a green dot over there? There's a green dot on the minimap in my back area. Is the trader back already? I thought I melted that guy. You are not the trader. Good work, shield. You blocked 1 out of 3 times. Seriously though, what is this green dot on my minimap? And where is it? It's down. There's a down arrow on it. What is happening? There's just somebody. Now it's up. Where is this guy? I never thought living on a mountain, or living in a mountain like this, would create so many strange problems for me. It is the trader. I heard him honk. There you are. Buddy, how lost are you? Bone Bronze War Pick. That's the pick crossbow combo. And you got your llamas with you. Could I interest you in getting in... No, I don't think I can get you into the smeltery from here. Not without some way to carry you. Oh, hi. Every time I swing, he twitches and goes somewhere else. This is why baby zombies are the worst. If I had more blocks, I could try to go this way. We are still on an iron hunt. Our needs have not changed. Hey look, diamond. Not on my list of needs, but always welcome. just gold down here. Gold, to be fair, will also have its uses once we get into Crossroads. But we are still in great need of more iron to get that off the ground. I think this was an area where there were skeletons before. They have decided to leave. So now we can poke around and find out what this is about. Hello. Nope. It works. The Overslime durability is very limited, but it's a free bonus bar for generating durability that will keep the shield's actual durability safer. Hello, Mr. Endyman. Nope. Hello again, Endyman. Wait, no. There must be two of you. You have a good time following me around? Oh, sure, if you just want to step right into where your friend just died. I froze. Oof. That was close. Endermen do a lot of damage. And while our iron armor is decent, it's pretty ambitious to be taking on an Enderman in just iron armor. Is there anything up here? No. I've been drilling up this little crevasse for no reason. Oh, we've come at all of the problems from the back. And that's multiple creepers. Alright, shield, don't fail me now. That's not a piece of tin. But it's in an inconvenient location. This tin is readily accessible. Oh boy. I have invited an army. And the more I move, the worse it gets. So why don't all you creepers solve the problem for me? Perfect. We weaponize the creepers. Unfortunately, there are always more I can't hit the creeper. 5 swings, 0 hits. Does the Tinker Sword have less reach than a normal sword? Or am I just somehow accustomed to Astral Sorcery increased reach or something? I feel like every single one of those should have been hits. Just found a random wild slime down here. Interesting. Useful. Maybe we'll have more in this area. I also just got a second Ender Pearl, so I could add Fortune. I could upgrade my pickaxe to Fortune 2. I should also consider putting at least lucky 1 on my sword, so we can get more Ender Pearls when the Endermen come by. Aha, iron and copper. Base metals. Here, you can have this bucket, and I will take it back again. Because this water is just a nuisance. Is that iron? That's also iron. And we are having torch problems. With both the coal and wood supply. Sure, I'll drop into here. Can I block the ground? No. I had no reason to believe it was possible, and no reason not to try. I mean, considering what you can do with boats, it was still a valid assumption. Pardon me, I would like to leave. I now have the additional blocks necessary to get past this lava. And there's not much over here. A little bit of redstone. That's it. Oh, also lapis. Lapis is valuable. Also, I think I see out of the corner of my eye here another bit of iron. up here where the lava comes from. Speaking of the lava, I can collect this too. There's the iron and copper, but this lava is in the way. You there. You're coming with me. And going in the bin. Go on, flow out of here. Your crispy magmic nonsense is not desired in this area. What is that torch doing here? I've been here? Apparently so. Hello, Enderman. No pearl. Because of course not. I'll take that. Put it in the bin. And we go back to the whole getting out of here thing. I think next on the agenda will involve felling a bunch of trees to address our impending torch shortage before it becomes too big of an issue. Wasn't there an old growth taiga with some really big pines that we could go logging? I say pines, but I mean spruce. Pines are actually a thing in some mod packs, but not this one. There's also, my farm, which I built and have neglected since. Gold. I don't know why I have some nuggets of gold. What happened to give me gold in a nugget value? Must be that I threw in all of my gold and didn't do any math. 500 pearl could give me bucketing, but I think it's much more important to do luckier. Which is 2 gold, 2 pearls, and one of those golden carrots I found as loot a while back. Level 2 fortune. Technically. Melt all of this. Still doesn't quite fill the expanded smeltery, but that's fine. Is dumbass like in a place where I could shove him in? No, he's down there. Which is the opposite of a place that I could shove him in here. We'll start with the iron, because I want to get this functional. I should really only take one more cooling chamber. Okay, let's see what can be done with all this. In order to get heat into the system, I'm going to have to expand this cable, the heat cable, in this direction. Just because there's no other direction I can do so. Because the fluid tube is in the way. Unless I move the fluid tube over, it would cost more tube. Let me just make sure everything still points down. Alright. Now I can extend the heat cable straight backwards. And what I need to build back here is... let's get the item pipes back. They'll be necessary. Oh, but I can't because I don't have quartz. Item pipes are still useless. It'll have to be hoppers. But I can make them fast hoppers. What is gold, anyway? It's not insanely useful for a lot of things. Saddle to piggy backpack requires sky slime. I have sky slime. 5 leather, string. just getting way too annoyed with the incessant noises of that guy out there. Four slime balls worth of sky slime. How many buckets is that? I don't know. Have a bucket. Now I have a piggy backpack. And that's a creeper. Okay. What? I guess we'll have a nap. I haven't slept in a while. But I'm gonna get that trader. And I'm gonna throw him in my smelter. We go from sad to lad. Still made of sticks. You there. He sticks. That is another Enderman noise. Alright then. Now. Whatever it takes, you are going in the pot. Come here. No. Use the... This is so useful. I can't use it to pick him up and get him in the pot. And it doesn't work on his llamas either. I am shifting. It says no. Alright then, well... Then the wages of noise are death. What the heck? He's gone. He despawned. I hit him twice and he evaporated. I'm using normal ladders on this. Because every time I try to come down using the seared ladder block, I just fall. Take fall damage. This has, as far as I'm aware, always been the case with seared ladders. They're annoying and don't work correctly most of the time. Okay. Well, ladder and piggy backpack did not work. Which puts us back to what I was doing before. Which is... I had a cooling chamber above industrial crucible. So we have double crucible. The crucible consumes heat and melts things into fluid. The fluid can be piped upward. and the resulting solids from the cooling chamber go straight back into the crucible. Am I out of wall? I'm out of wall. Where's that creeper? I've been hearing footsteps that aren't mine. There it is. You need to go before I do anything further with this project. I don't have enough fluid tubes for this. I need 6. Technically. Heat cables are cheaper. And now I only need 3 fluid tubes to do that. They go in there, extract from here, and move up. And now I just need to get heat cables up here. A couple more to connect this together. Hello, ceramic. Hello, copper. There. Now the whole purpose of this is that these back here will create heat in a loop. Ideally forever. And the crucibles, because they're scaling heat usage as the heat level rises, will never get to the point where it overloads and burns out the cable. Remove this for now, so I need to get this into a stable heat loop first. And that's going to require all of the lava. Give me that. Hopefully this is enough. Now I just have to fit myself through this rat's nest of cabling. Which is not going to happen, apparently. Not unless I tear down the wall. Now, temporarily, let me take this tube, and oops, there it goes. It just shoved a ton of lava into the cooling chambers. The system also automatically shuts off at 2250, because at 2250 C it can no longer cool, so it can no longer produce heat above that level. These are producing, they're turning lava into obsidian. The obsidian is getting put in here and melted immediately back into lava. Also, all of my lava is gone. It just took all of the lava. That's fine, though. I knew it would take a lot to kickstart the system, I just didn't know how much. There might be too much in here, because I need there to be a constant loop. So let's steal some of this obsidian. The free obsidian is also a nice side benefit of doing this. My trouble here is that this tube is completely full. Give me that. The fluid coolers must be full at all times. The industrial crucibles need to be juggling an obsidian or two at all times. Take that one. That should balance it out. And ideally, these tubes will not be completely full of lava constantly. But the good news is, temperature-wise, it seems to be working out. We have a balance. And it'll just remain here. Next step. And this is something I've learned from having this system collapse many a time and not knowing why. I need to make one of these heat cables a redstone-enabled heat cable. Disconnected with redstone. Lost rate of the lever. Lever. So what the infinite lava loop is doing is it's just the fluid cooler produces heat, the industrial crucible consumes heat, and they are balancing out at, 1700 C and 1400 C. This will run forever, and it's keeping these cables hot. What this means is I can now theoretically use these cables to actually run a smelter and an industrial crucible of my own, using all the heat from this infinite loop. And as long as I don't bleed the system cold, it won't collapse, and I can run this theoretically forever. I just need to find a way to get a lever on that. The best way to do this would be with a redstone control system. But I don't have the materials to make one of those yet. So for now, this lever will have to do. And this lever will connect the infinite heat loop to my functional systems here, balancing the heat between the entire system, hopefully not immediately collapsing the heat loop in the back. So I can, for instance, take all of this tin. Let's start with 16 tin. Stick it up there. And when I link the heat circuits, this should heat up, melt the tin, cool the tin, also producing some waste heat in the process. And it'll use the heat from back here to do it. So if I flip the switch, we are melting tin, doubling tin in the process, and the system is being maintained at 1200 C or so. This slows down the obsidian melting rate and is draining the lava. This is not good. That's what I have to be careful of, because using the heat can bleed too much heat out of the lava loop system. Because if these fluid coolers empty, then we stop producing heat in the lava loop, and the whole system collapses. Like it has just done. I no longer have any lava in the fluid coolers. It's all been heated to obsidian. Or it's all been cooled to obsidian, and the obsidian doesn't have enough heat to melt back again. Once we get to the Nether, it's possible to make this whole thing self-regulating. But at the moment, I'm stuck eyeballing it and playing with this lever, and trying not to collapse the system like I just did. Need to see if I get more lava into it before it cools completely. And of course, he goes off even though I'm a mile away and takes out half of my front yard. Gotta cram more lava into the lava loop system to get it back up to temperature. Yup. Just devoured it immediately. And now we're running again. Problem is, the crucible needs to be kept above 1000 C and close to 1500. If it's not close to 1500, then it doesn't, if it doesn't dance on the edge of 1500, then it doesn't melt the obsidian fast enough. And the system collapses. I could put a tank right at the elbow of the pipe as a larger lava reservoir, but that would only delay the problem and make it more difficult to diagnose. It would still have the same problem, it would just happen over a slower period of time. Fortunately, I managed to melt all of my tin and doubled the 16 into 32. So we now have ore doubling. It's awkward, but we've got it. And the Crossroads fluid tank, again, I don't know how much it contains, but I think one of its main features is that you can pull a redstone signal from it. Yeah, you can comparator it. And it holds 16 buckets. So I should make one anyway. I'm also having trouble with all of the lava going to one side of the system, which halves its ability to produce. I could also do with one of those heat batteries to slow everything down. What is a heat reservoir made from? Salt. Salt is made in a water centrifuge from rotary power. So that's off the table for now. Tube. Drain a bunch of the lava out. So I need to do two things here to make this system better. One of them is to actually use more fluid tubes, which I don't want to do. But these absolutely need to be on separate pipes. So they stay balanced. That'll cost more bronze. And I also need to get this tank installed. But if I use just the one tank, I would need 2 tanks. The problem we are currently having is that this goofy-ass system can't keep its fluids balanced. I wanted to take equally from both industrial crucibles and then feed equally into both of these, which Pretty Pipes could do. Pretty Pipes would solve that problem immediately, instead of relying on functionally RNG deciding which of these gets filled first. Until Pretty Pipes happens, you'll need each of these to be their own fluid network, which also means forget the tank. For now. I can put the fluid tank right here as a statement of intent for later. For when we eventually automate this thing. Okay, fluid cooling chambers. Need lava. Need lava fast. Faster than what I'm doing. I think what I'm accomplishing right now is just basically making obsidian. Nope. Nope, we've done it. We've passed the threshold. Now it technically works, just not well. As long as it maintains a surplus in the cooler, we are okay. The obsidian is melting fast enough to keep the heat going. Really? Not the time, buddy. Oh, and this one even has a flag. We have a real villager raid. Really? I'm gonna have to put a door over there too. So yeah, the key thing here is that I now have ore doubling up here. And I can theoretically also use this as a furnace. So theoretical, nearly infinite, fuel-less furnace. And it's all theoretical because it's based on a very delicate temperature balance that I can't maintain very well just yet. But hey, we got free obsidian out of it that I didn't have to mine. Which is pretty powerful to get for free. There, get a door on the service tunnel. One block to close that up. And I keep slipping and falling. Now, ideally, I would be able to run the smelter on its own, and then turn this on and off, so maybe I should move the smelter. Because I think I have enough heat in here to run the smelter full time. I think. This, though, this consumes a lot of heat, because it's a third crucible. Those two crucibles are just balancing themselves. But if I put the smelter here, and this cable on it, yeah, it looks very much like the entire system can still balance. And now I have an infinite furnace. And a switch that I can use to turn on and off the extremely high consumption ore doubling. Welcome to Crossroads. This is just how it do. For my next trick, I'm going to step away for a minute, and when I return, it's going to be lumberjacking time. So, back shortly. Alright, we return. Let's get the boat, have a little nap, and go obliterate all the world's trees. A bridge to that far shore might be nice. I'll start simple with it. Simple enough. Back to tree leading. Even the mighty oak is no match. Okay. Enderman just kind of zoots right through. They are strange beings, and their machinations are unknowable. If I could remember where that spruce forest was, I could really rip stuff down with this axe and show off its strength. Something I used to do in much older versions and older mods. I think including, it was either Biomes of Plenty or Natura. I think it was Natura. Natura had a redwood forest biome, which had just giant trees that were 7 by 7 on the ground. They were so large that you could build a base inside them, and you were in fact encouraged to do, because the outermost layer of the redwood tree was not redwood log, but redwood bark. And if you use the redwood bark blocks to make a door, it looked exactly like the surface of the redwood bark. So it was a hidden door that you could use to make a home inside a giant tree. What I used to do is, using a Tinker's Construct broadaxe, it was called a lumber axe at the time, is I would knock down entire forests at a stroke. And you can see that the way the axe works is I attack the lowest block of a tree, and it searches that column of logs for a leaf block on top. And if it finds leaves on top of a column of logs, then it destroys every log block above the one I'm attacking. And that's an important distinction, because it doesn't just destroy the column. As we've seen with the large oaks, it also destroys every block diagonally and every block horizontally as long as they're touching, which lends itself to a certain exploit. Like that. And then I take down both trees. But not this log, because it was above the connection point, or below the connection point. So what I would do in Natura with the redwood forests is I would basically use log blocks that I'd taken from other purposes to hook all the trees together like that. And it would erase the entire biome all at once. This is apparently working only selectively, though. I imagine it's because some of my log blocks are vertical, and therefore not in the correct orientation to be a suitable branch. But you get the idea. I would connect the trunks of trees together, and then just destroy an entire forest with one swing of the axe. It ate durability from the axe like crazy, but there's got to be some trade-off for that much destruction in one go. I think at the time my axe was only made of copper, maybe bronze, so it did not have a whole ton of durability. The drawback to the lumber axe thing, and also the hammer and also the broad shovel, is the way Tinker's Construct applies durability damage when it breaks blocks. When I use the lumber axe, or the broad axe, I'm going to call it the lumber axe because that's what I remember it being originally. When I use the broad axe to destroy a tree, I lose durability for the block I'm attacking, and then I lose durability for every log block in addition to the one that I'm attacking that it also breaks. You'd think that this is a perfect use case for the Unbreaking enchantment, and there's even a way to apply an Unbreaking-like effect with Tinker's own upgrades. The problem is that unbreaking traits, unless it's literally unbreakable, only apply to the specific block I'm attacking. All the other blocks that apply durability damage for being broken bypass the unbreaking trait. Because the additional damage for additional breakage is automatic. Or at least it used to be. I have no idea if that's changed, because I'm an old man working off of archaic information. Alright, let's take our bounty of wood back home, throw some in our theoretically infinite furnace, and see if our heat system has collapsed yet. We are still at 1500 and change C, so that's perfect. 7 obsidian each. I don't like the level of lava in here. It looks like it's too little. I think we have a very slow collapse of the system. Which is what I've observed in the past trying to do this. There, see? Without the furnace attached, these immediately go up to full strength. And are filled with lava. But with the furnace attached, they were kind of struggling. Oh well. Oops, I should not have done that. That bled too much heat out of the system. Alright. I need some charcoal cooked, so whether or not the system likes it. Also, you have too much lava. Give me some lava. Why can I not have some lava? There. And you have too little. Yeah, the left side is collapsing. It is not melting this obsidian fast enough, and I don't know why. It could be that the heat cables are too long and we're experiencing loss. But we just have too much obsidian accumulating in the left side. The right side is fine. So as powerful as our new charcoal smelter is, it's not stable yet. which is very annoying. This one on the left here especially needs to reset. I don't know. Things are not working exactly the way they should be. Got tons of saplings, though. Absolute tons. And all these berries I'll have to do something with eventually. And look at all the torch sticks we have now. Didn't need the boat after all, but I do need my broad axe to slowly regenerate. What then is next on the agenda? Probably going to the Nether, which is kind of a terrible idea right now, but everything I want to do is gated behind it. Alright, the systems here are loaded again. All the lava in the fluid cookers. I can even afford to put some obsidian back. Because they are melting faster than they are cooling. Which means we can overload that system a bit. Create a bit of a buffer before it collapses. Ten obsidian, flint and steel. Where am I going to put the portal? I could put it at the bottom of this ladder. That'd be kind of funny, honestly. I could even put it over here on this ridge. That would kind of solve my pigman issues. Maybe they'd wander into the pot and get themselves melted. I could even encourage them to do so. Just building a portal right next to an industrial hazard. Nothing to see here. This isn't malicious construction at all. What are you talking about? I'll take some glass panes, why not? Not as robust as iron bars, but they should at least allow me to see out. The other brick fences would be better, but I don't have any of those yet for obvious reasons. So, we're off to build ourselves a shelter as quickly as possible. Immediate access to soul sand, good. Immediate gas scrying, not so much. Where are they? Way over there. At least the portal is still up. Well, that's not the fastest I've had gas trouble, but it's on the list. Okay. Nice little safety shell here. And a long way to death straight down. Brilliant, just what I've always wanted. A 1 block thick floor of explosion breakable blocks. Bravo. Relative safety. And of course, we mark it on the map. First thing, if you have Journey Map, Place a marker as soon as you enter the Nether. It is not worth trying to find your way home. We'll turn this into a bit of a Doom with a view. There. Now I can see. Slime steel at the ready. Cobblestone at the ready. Let's leave the torch materials behind. Uh-oh. These ghasts do not want me to step outside. I mean, they do. Jeez, where? There's no escape. I stick my toe out this door and I get shot from 4 different angles. I'm stuck here on this precipice that is highly destructible. There's just no escape. At any time, we are 1 shot away from being dropped into the ground or to the lava below. Catch. Catch. The shot isn't going far enough. Uh-oh. You missed. He broke my torch. Okay. We have a beachhead. It's not a very good one. But it's enough to start making my way into the landscape at large. I just have to make the floor less fragile. Here comes a fireball. I'm glad I brought all this cobble. There's no way I'd be able to survive this thin, explodable soul sand and soil floor without my own supply of rock. What is that? Looks like a stripe of gravel down there. Or a cloud? Or a bone? I don't know. Something weird down there. Okay. Finally. For real this time. We're free. You can't shield block ghasts, can you? Oh, you can. Knock it off. Where'd it go? It's just gone now. Now, why are there so many of them? There's... Why? I shot your fireball. So there. What is with all these ghasts? There's one sitting on my home. He's just chilling on top of my nether portal. How dare you? The cheek. He just kind of floated back, put his chin on my house to show dominance. Now I have to deal with it. Hi. Would you mind getting off my real estate? Oh, I need that skull fragment, though. I do not have the food to continue fighting my way out of this beachhead. I've got to do something about my farm. Lava loop still running. Lava in the crucible is kind of overflowing. That's a good thing, though. This one could stand to be doing the same thing. Because if I have extra lava in here, that's me not being worried about the system collapsing. So I got some coal. I got some wither skull fragments. Those turn into full skulls. Necrotic bones turn into normal bones. Get cast into blaze bones with blazing blood. give me the necrotic modifier, and severing apparently for taking skulls. They also are a part type. A very weak part type. Very fragile. But if you really want the necrotic modifier, I guess, whatever that does. Basically, necrotic bones are free bones as far as I'm concerned. They are otherwise not very useful. So, farming. Forget you down there. Think you're something. Hang around my house. Verdant Sprig, which we need for roots things. Beetroots, which I'm not exactly over the moon about. I gotta get some of those pumpkins planted as well. Or do I just not have any? I don't know. Maybe I forgot to harvest any pumpkins. I don't have any pumpkins. Yeah, that is a pumpkin-free chest. Not a pumpkin to be seen. But I can keep myself supplied with bread. Kind of. Weekly. And seeds. Seeds make infinite soil. They make the GM feed that I can use for mob spawn eggs. But that's if I had liquid XP, if I had fluid XP. Seeds don't seem to be useful for much. We have soul sand and soul soil now. Soul soil, as far as I'm concerned, is basically used. Oh no, it goes into nether grout. It has a function. It also melts into liquid soul, which sounds terrifying. Liquid soul turns into soul glass, which is glass you can walk through. I'll keep that in mind. Let me just knock out this crucible. Don't need it. It's a serious heat drain. Beef, you cook the beef. You just beef the beef. Or make spells, or ritual, I don't know what that ritual is. By the power of Heat Loop, cook my beef. Yeah, the obsidian counts in here increasing is a warning. But the steak is cooked, so I can turn this off and let the heat loop get back to doing heat loop things. That's not a lot of cobble in there. Huh. Alright, back to the nether with our broadaxe almost fully healed. I have more food, and my god, the ghasts are everywhere. Ghasts must have increased spawn rates in the Soul Sand Valley, which I did not know until now. But the only reason I can think of for there being like 5 ghasts everywhere, and anytime I want to hunt ghasts, I can never find any. We got bones, quartz. Quartz is one of the things that I need for progression reasons. Arrow? Who fired that? You. What the? That shot came out of nowhere. I don't want to live in this biome anymore. Ow. What? How? How many of you are there? I'm just getting dogpiled by these things. They're everywhere. We're surrounded. There's 3. And an archer. Run! It's worth noting that I have had worse nether experiences. As bad as this is, it's not the top of the list. Got some quartz, though. Quartz gives me access to... Yeah, but it's on the list. Gives me access to circuit wrenches, daylight detectors. I can get in some Pretty Pipes modules to actually balance out what's going on with the lava in the lava loop. Comparators to read the tank on the lava loop. There's also a lot of things here about purifying quartz. That comes much later. Lens frames, we'll worry about that much later. It makes a gem cast, apparently. And it melts. Why was it good to melt it? Because that was hepatazon. But cobalt, so still not possible. Basically, I need to fly, but I don't have a way to do that. And this Soul Sand Valley is massive. I've never seen one this big, sprawling in every direction with no respite. There is nowhere I can go that is not Soul Sand Valley. And I'm just on this peninsula, suspended over lava. It's a nightmare. What I would need is a way for my arrows to move faster, so they have increased range. But that doesn't seem to be a thing. I'll never find it scrolling through this way, though. I think what I'm going to have to do is just collect a ton of cobblestone and build a tunnel like I did with Mine Fantasy with all the dragons. I also need to get up there. That weird netherrack sphere with the suspicious calcite, that is a geode. Oh, gee, I just... give it a rest. And it's gone. Despawned. Skeleton noise. Is there a skeleton in the geode? There is a skeleton in the geode. Again, I swear this is not the first time that I have streamed Tinker's Construct, because I distinctly remember saying, oh yeah, I just sat here in this geode for like 2 hours off stream so the crystals would grow. And building precarious bridges over the nether to get to all these crystals. And building a smeltery that burned blazes for blazing blood. But I just can't find any of my past mod packs that would have included Tinkers. Oh boy, the ghasts are still everywhere. They don't want me to leave this geode I find myself in. But leave I must. Ow. 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 Being shot at from all directions. Fortnite. Fortnite. Build a wall. Okay, we have Ichor Crystal now, which goes into a rebalanced, adds an additional slot type, penalizes choice of the most powerful type. And Ichor Crystals themselves, I could Ichor Staff, theoretically, if I could find Blood Shrooms and Queen Slime. They also blast into Ichor Balls, which are just orange slime. There's not a whole lot going on here. Embellishment, add to slime, offhanded modifier. So these Ichor crystal blocks do practically nothing, and I have tons of them. They don't even melt. They don't even have a melting recipe. I thought I could get some liquid orange slime out of this. But no, not even that. I think the play is to go this way. Never mind. This way is also death. Hello, again. Goodbye. At last. And I get a tear. Good. At least something has finally come of all the bullying these things are doing to me. That's not the ghast. Because of course it is. And now it's gone. Because that makes sense. And I need more cobblestone. But we're making headway. Hopefully there's less ghasts in that direction. So the nether, not a thing. Not yet. Got a tear, quartz, more skull frags, bone. This can go back in my pack. And we now have more room for assorted nonsense in the tinker chest. And I need to go quarrying. Not just mining. I specifically need to dredge up a large quantity of stone. Maybe I'll manage to find some more iron while I'm at it. Alright, by the power of hammer. Time to collect all the cobble I can stand. Oh, and there's some iron. Not actually in my dig path, but visible in the ceiling. A classic iron vein. That's a goodly amount of cobble. And there's something else I should look into with Crossroads. We've already done a bunch of nonsense with the heat system. The heat system isn't even the biggest power system in the mod. And in order to progress any further with heat, such as making the heat battery by getting salt, we're going to need to explore the next power system, rotational force. Rotation is why I've been collecting all this copper. Because rotary power requires axles and gears, and lots of them. Small gears can share block space, but they also have to rotate logically the way gears do. Axles are rods that can also go in a gear block space, and they come in several different materials made of varying metals, which have different inertial values. The inertial value is how much power it takes to get the gears spinning, and how much momentum they have in their refusal to quit spinning. There are also redstone versions called clutches and toggle gears, which can be, as you might expect, toggled with redstone. That's all they do. Toggle gears function like clutches but can't be read. There's inverted versions of both, and all gear networks need at least one master axis. The point of the master axis is this is the block that contains all of the data for the entire gear network. One master axis is it's just the data block that runs the gears. That's all it is, and you can only have one per network. You also need one per network. Yeah, it just exists to make everything work. That's all it is. What can we do with gear power? Well, there's the millstone, which is another way to double ores, and frankly that would have been easier than trying to get a crucible to run infinitely. This is an ore grinder. It's also a bone meal grinder. It can crush things into gravel and has other uses as well. There's a bigger version for ore tripling. Ore tripling is possible, but it's a huge pain. Rotary power also has the industrial blast furnace, which is part of the ore tripling. This is the painful part. Let's back up a step. To get to ore tripling, I need a stamp mill. The stamp mill is for ores. It has a speed threshold, and it smashes ores into 3 metal gravel. And sometimes it will fail. It has to be running enough. It has to be running fast enough to successfully process before its timer. So it has a progress bar and a timer, and it has to complete the process before the timer expires, or else it just fails, and it will output the incomplete ore. So basically, get the stamp mill up to high speed and everything's fine. Once you get ore crushed down into gravel, then you can blast furnace it or ore cleanse it. The blast furnace turns metal gravel or metal clumps into liquid, and then you have to send it to a fluid cooling chamber. The furnace requires carbon to run, and this is where the difference between metal gravel and metal clumps comes in. It runs on coal or charcoal, produces slag as a byproduct. Processing metal gravel takes 2 carbon, clumps take 1. So using a ore cleanser doubles the efficiency of your carbon. And despite being a melting device, it runs off of rotary instead of heat. The ore cleanser is going to be over here in the fluid section, I think. There it is. It uses steam to convert metal gravel into clumps, and it also produces dirty water. This is where things start to get ridiculously complicated. Because to make this function, you need the blast furnace and the stamp mill and the ore cleanser, and the ore cleanser needs steam, which means you need a steam boiler. The steam boiler also produces salt as a byproduct unless the water is distilled. Distilling the water requires a water centrifuge. A water centrifuge also cleans the dirty water from the ore cleanser into distilled again. There's a lot of parts here that you have to connect with a web of pipes and tubes and gears and things. And the worst thing is that the water centrifuge is crazy. Because it doesn't just run on rotary power, it runs on alternating rotary power. Every time the speed reaches half a radian per second, it performs one of its operations, and then it stops running until you reverse direction. There's no limit on how fast it can run, but it does have to keep switching direction constantly. So it needs some kind of clutch toggle mechanism. We also have a rotary pump, which just collects fluid. It can pump fluid from filled cauldrons and won't use the water, so infinite water. If only I could do that with infinite distilled water, but I don't think that works. There's also a steamer, which is a furnace for food that functions off of steam specifically. Twice as fast as the smelter, this thing over here, which bleeds off our heat network, and twice as efficient on its heat usage. But that requires getting a steam boiler going and distilling water and getting the salt out of it, because under Crossroads, all water is salted. All of it. Unless it's been run through a centrifuge or a boiler, your water is salt water. Doesn't matter where it came from. The only power system that isn't involved in ore tripling or getting to where we're going next is beams. Beams are bizarre, but in order to get anywhere, they're going to have to be explored. That is absolutely a matter for another time, because the magic lasers are going to take some doing. Well, that's what I was looking for. Steam turbine. Consumes steam, makes distilled water and power. So one of the purposes of the steam turbine is to transfer power. Basically, you have a steam boiler fed by water, which produces steam, And then you can use fluid tubes to move that steam and get the power wherever you want it to go without having to use tons of gears and axles. I don't know how effective that is. Usually I'm happy to use tons of gears and axles because they're simpler and they make sense. But theoretically the heat loop could boiler to steam engine, or it could Stirling engine. Stirling engine honestly is more trouble than it's than it's worth. There's a bottom connection, and then there's the sides. And you need to have a great temperature difference between the bottom and a side or the sides. Heat is consumed from the hot side and produced on the cold side, but some of that heat, instead of being produced, becomes rotary power. It's an efficient but a more complicated way to make a lot of rotary power. For lower powers, use steam instead. You can generate power from cooling if one side is room temperature and you can find a way to make extreme cold. And the heat generated on the cold side can be used to run machines, including another Stirling. But the gain is tiny. And there are all the formulas if you really, really care about the engineering involved. I don't. I just want it to work. We have a whirligig, which is just a propeller on a stick. But that's if I can get a spring winder going. Basically what I should be doing here is ripping this down. The fluid cooling chamber was an interesting experiment. It didn't work. And what I should do instead is just use the heat loop to run this smelter and have an infinite furnace. That'll be good enough. But the next thing I should do is get into rotary power with a wind turbine. The wind turbine is not the easiest way to produce rotary power, but it's the simplest and lowest maintenance way. It just requires... Hello, spiders. It requires nether quartz to get off the ground, because nether quartz is required for the advanced circuitry required to regulate it. The reason for that is here in the book. Its blade needs to see the sky, and it needs a 5x5 empty space in front, and it produces random power based on the wind, anywhere between 5 and 25, 15 on average. But the issue is that sometimes its direction reverses. So to make an adequate wind turbine requires a circuit reader to read the current power output, and if it is currently, if it reverses, the circuit needs to detect that and use a set of clutches. Yeah, I'm explaining it badly, but the book explains it well. You need a reader to get the current power output, and if the power output of the wind turbine reverses, then you need to switch the system so it's adding power to the system instead of taking power from it with its reversed power. That's what it means. It's a whole lot of words to get there. Lodestone turbine just produces produces rotation in a dimension where compasses and clocks don't work. This symbol means we can't make it. Not yet, anyway. Wind turbine is just an iron axle, wool, and planks. The axle is iron on a stick. It's more iron. There are other axle materials, but you need the iron one to make the wind turbine. So we are still demanding tons of iron. And also sticks. I'm also going to need wool, which means I'm going to need sheep. But it's getting to be about that time, so I think my statement of intent for signing off is going to be shears and some cobble walls. Because I need to make an animal pen. Gotta have an animal pen, it's about that time. Get some of the leads that we've stolen from the unfortunately mysteriously disappeared trader fellows. And where is our little animal paradise going? I mean, probably like right here-ish. I could even see putting it across this bridge. That'd be fine too. that way we have our animals, but they aren't close enough that the noise drives us mad. So just right here-ish. It doesn't have to be ridiculously big or even particularly well lit. It just needs to contain basic animals. Like the cow over here I saw a second ago. And particularly these sheep. Now, I don't have any potions or funny tricks for creating infinite animals or overloading the pen here yet. Crossroads has got some stuff, but we have to go through beams to get there. I just like the way Crossroads work and some of the powers that it offers later on. Which I fully intend to get to. It begins with heat and rotary power, eventually you master fluid power. In due time you find yourself playing with the magic lasers. And then once you're done with those, you have to specialize. And at that point, there are 3 paths, and I always choose the same one. Technically, you're only supposed to have access to one of the 3 paths. But in single player, you can access all 3 of them. It's just in Crossroads multiplayer, you're intended to specialize and then help your fellow friends with your specialized technology, and they help you out with theirs, and you combine your knowledge to make some very powerful combined technologies. cows, sheep, chicken. More chicken would be nice. I just did this for the wool. I guess this is the thing I was planning on doing tomorrow, so we're done with that now. And instead, tomorrow's adventure can be about turning this wool into rotary power and figuring out how long it takes to bump into a problem where that doesn't work. And I have to do something else about it. I do know it will involve redstone and quartz. But beyond that, I'm not fully sure what's going to be happening. Also important is going to be copper. Lots and lots of copper. But there we go. Axles, wool. I can just make the windmill immediately. That way I won't be wondering what it's for. There. This is our goal for tomorrow. Getting a wind turbine going. That's all for now. I will see you next time. Until then.